Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello, my name is Ellie Quinlan, and I work here at the United States Institute of Peace. I will be this morning's host of our Storytelling on the National Mall session. To start, I would like to invite Acting President of USIP, Ambassador George Moose, to say a few words of welcome. Sir.
Thanks, Ellie. Can you all hear me? Is my microphone working? No. We need some technical assistance.
Can you use that way?
Yeah, I guess we can try that. Am I live now? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. As Ellie said, I have the privilege of serving and the pleasure of serving as the acting president of the United States Institute of Peace. And still not working. And I have, my name is George Moose, and I have the great privilege and great pleasure of serving as the acting president of the United States Institute of Peace. And I come to this temporary interim position after having served 16 years on the Institute's board of directors. And I think that 16 years is a reflection of the commitment and the value that I attach to this very unusual institution, the United States Institute of Peace. For those of you who may be coming to us for the first time, the Institute was founded by an act of Congress in 1984 with the mission of helping to resolve, mitigate, and end violent conflicts around the world. It was a mission that was given to us by the U.S. Congress in the belief that there are indeed alternatives to violence in the world. We do not have to accept violent conflict as an inevitability. And so we were founded with the intention of, first and foremost, drawing the lessons of history of how conflicts have been resolved in the past, and indeed, the experience of where conflicts have actually been prevented or avoided. And that is the foundation of our practice here at the Institute. So our origin story, in a way, we were founded in 1984, but in fact our origin story goes well back in history, all the way back to our first president, George Washington. Because Washington envisaged that the United States should have an institution that was dedicated to the proposition that peace in the world was in fact possible. And it goes back obviously all the way to the origin story of the United States, that those who left Europe certainly came here in an effort to avoid the endless conflicts that were plaguing Europe, and to set a new example of the possibility of a nation that could live in peace both with itself and with the rest of the world. And as part of that vision, George Washington imagined a national peace institution or a peace university where the lessons of making peace and building peace could be taught. And as fate would have it, he imagined that the location of that institution, that University of Peace, would be at this very spot, on this very hill where we now sit. Interesting how history comes full circle. So we sit here today in this magnificent building, which was opened in 2011, and by the way, which was financed with your money, an appropriation of the U.S. Congress. And this building serves, first and foremost, as the platform for the work that we do all around the world. But it also serves as a symbol of the American ambition and the American aspiration to be an example of peace in the world. We now, the Institute since its founding in 1984, has evolved in many different ways. We now have programs and projects and activities in 90 countries around the world. And we influence partners in many more. What we seek to do again is to take those lessons of history of how we have dealt successfully with conflicts in the past and try to apply them to the best of our ability to the conflict situations that we see around the world. We are not Pollyannish. We know that these are troubling times and troubled times, but nevertheless, our experience, our history demonstrates that there are ways to address conflict. There are ways to deal with the tensions that inevitably arise within societies, and to find ways to manage those tensions in ways that will avoid their transforming, metastasizing into violent conflicts. And so with that, I'm delighted to welcome you all here today. I hope you'll take some time to learn a bit more about our history, about our experience. But with that, let me turn to my colleague, Ellie Quinlan, with whom I have the pleasure of partnering on many occasions. There's nobody at the Institute who does a better job than she in helping us understand that unique history of the institution. Ellie, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Moose. Before we turn to our other storytellers for this morning, I'd like to share a story of my own. We are meeting and gathering here today on the International Day of Peace. This is celebrated worldwide, and here at USIP, we use it as a day to emphasize that peace is a real possible alternative to violence, and we talk about the ways in which that takes work. By very brief way of introduction about the Institute and to expand on what Ambassador Moose has already mentioned, I want to tell a story about how USIP came to be. It was, as he said, created by an act of the US Congress in 1984. The efforts to create us into being, inspired as they were by President George Washington all those many decades prior, really began in the 1960s. And at that time, we had veterans who were serving in Congress who had served in World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. They had been on the front lines of conflict and knew well the costs of war. They deeply wanted for Americans and the global community to avoid fighting wars like those in the future. And they thought there were practical things, nonviolent approaches that we could bring to those types of global conflicts that could prevent them from breaking out and help to mitigate their impacts. And so they started talking about a peace academy, a place that would train Americans for peace in really practical ways, again, inspired by those ideas that President George Washington had. And as their efforts continue throughout the 1960s, they start gaining more and more support for this on Capitol Hill. Their efforts are really crucially motivated in the early 1970s by a grassroots campaign of everyday Americans just like yourselves who were also interested in what can we do for global peace? What can America do for global peace? Again, these were people who were in faith-based organizations, and many denominations were represented in this grassroots campaign. They were veterans. They had been on the front lines of these very same conflicts as members of Congress had been. They were people in academia studying politics, studying peace and conflict. And so this is a conversation taking place on college campuses, around kitchen tables, everyday people getting more and more interested in maybe there is something we can really do, practically do, to make the world a more peaceful place. And so by the late 1970s, this nationwide campaign had gained really intense attention. There was crucial leadership on Capitol Hill, and President Carter, with Congress, agreed, let's set up a commission to see what this might look like. Let's ask the American people. And so, led by a senator from Hawaii, Sparks Matsunaga, this commission traveled all across the country to 12 different cities. It held town halls and public hearings and private interviews to source ideas for what a place might look like. What would it do and focus on? How might it be structured and funded? Those conversations led to options that members of Congress drew up, and they put together legislation that eventually created the United States Institute of Peace. The USIP Act was passed by Congress and signed by President Reagan in 1984, creating this institution. And since then, we have been working to prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflicts happening around the world. We do this in sort of three different ways. We work on the ground in places that are dealing with very urgent conflicts. This is practical work. We are working in partnership in many of these places with people who actually live there, people who are living with the consequences of violent conflict, who are trying to build peace in their communities. We also research what are new approaches that we could bring to the table, and how can we bring these areas of peace-building expertise that we have to others in U.S. government, right? To the American people, to people who are working for peace, interested in addressing conflicts that are going on around the world. How can we help them to better manage conflict? And so we bring that expertise to those organizations and people. We also educate and train. Remember, there was this initial desire for a place that would prepare us for with these practical skills. So we do that work today. We educate and train people around the world. Though this is our global headquarters hub, we have offices around the world as well. USIP is working on 300 projects internationally in 90 countries. We have a long-term presence in 29 of those countries. And so we do this work very much, yes, in our headquarters, but around Washington, or around the world rather, as well. And so you'll hear today from a few colleagues who are actually doing this work and what it means to them to be peace builders. And so with that, I'll invite our colleagues up. Oh, please, sir, pardon.
Just one final word. I just want to thank Ellie, but also I want to thank, we have some 30 volunteers from our staff here in the building on a Saturday morning, a beautiful Saturday morning. They could be doing other things, but the fact that they are here is a clear demonstration of their dedication and their commitment to this work, this institution, and indeed to that aspiration, your aspiration, of America being an agent of peace and peace building in the world. So I just want to give a shout out to all of them and a thank you. So with that, Ellie, over to you.
Thank you. Duly and very well noted. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to invite this morning's storytellers to come forward, please. Cecily Brewer works on USIP's Inclusive Peace Processes and Reconciliation team. Cecily, please take a seat. This mic is for you. We also have joining us Lucy Del Aguila, who works on our Latin America program. Lucy, welcome, please. And we also have Tonis Montes, who works on our Nonviolent Action program. So colleagues, thank you very much. The way this will work is I'll sort of act as our MC. Our colleagues will share some stories about what it means to them to be peace builders, and then we'll close our session. Thank you very much. Cecily, if you would please start us off. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Ellie. I think you asked us to answer why we're proud to be peace builders, and when I was thinking about it, I realized proud isn't the word I come to. I'm really humbled by the peace building world. I'm proud to be among peace builders. I'm proud to be doing this work, but because it's extremely meaningful. In sort of the lingo of today, I think peace builders try to help humans be our best selves. We're trying to get past self-serving conflicts or conflicts that are about self-protection and really help build trust in the communication needed to get communities, even at the human level, sometimes individuals, to achieve solutions that are mutually beneficial and are there, but they take a little extra work sometimes to get there. And I wanted to share a story about that today. So it centers around Sudan. Probably you can tell why I'm humbled. One of the hardest, Sudan and South Sudan, two of the hardest peace-building cases that are out there. But I started working on this case when I went to Juba. Then it was part of Sudan just 2 years after I was there in 2007, 2 years after the Comprehensive Peace Agreement was signed that ended Sudan's civil war at the time and really launched South Sudan on its path towards independence, creating the world's newest country, which was remarkable work by peace builders on the African continent, supported by Americans and others around the world. But it's so often the case when I went to Juba in 2007, 2 years after the peace agreement was signed that ended the conflict, but just a few years before independence fully happened, there was emerging and evident conflict within South Sudan itself. And so I went there to work for an NGO to do peace building between communities at that time, a different conflict than the one that had been resolved by the broader peace agreement. But I actually wanted to focus on a story that comes from a few years later, just after South Sudan's independence in 2011. At this point, I was working for the State Department, and an opportunity opened to work on the U.S. team supporting negotiations between Sudan and South Sudan. There were a few issues that hadn't been resolved in the peace agreement, and so we were helping the two countries work those through. One was around oil, and as so often the case, I think, while it was a resource issue, it was also about respect. It was about trust between the two entities that had really been lost in the war between them. And so it was also a classic case of obvious mutual opportunity and benefit if only the countries could get there. But as luck, as the situation would have it, South Sudan had the oil in the ground underneath the country, and Sudan had the port and the pipeline and some of the infrastructure that went there. And so the two countries had to sit at the table and agree on a price that would be paid and who would receive what. And we could bring in outside experts to advise them on what pipeline and what other case was similar and what might be a bounds of a natural opportunity for them to strike a price, but it really came down to just the two entities agreeing, the two negotiating teams agreeing. And they were very different negotiating teams. The South Sudanese had been fighters in the conflict. They were at this hotel in Addis Ababa where the talks were being held, feeling very, I think, like fish out of water. And the Sudanese were long-standing negotiators, well-trained, some lawyers, some diplomats who had great experience negotiating, and I think at times felt they had the upper hand and were trying to exert that in sort of a classic negotiating style. And this was extremely frustrating to the South Sudanese, who wanted to be respected and wanted to do the best they could for their new country. And so this came to a head one day in the negotiation room when the experts had been warning the South Sudanese that if they shut off the oil, it could clog up, I'm not an oil expert, but clog up in the pipes and would be very difficult to turn back on again. But they became very frustrated, walked out of the room and shut off the oil, which was obviously hugely detrimental to their new country as well as to the Sudanese. And 8 months later, with a lot of peace building work, the entities got back in the room and turned it back on. But to me, that has always, stuck with me as an indication that it's so much about the relationship between the entities and showing respect. And here we are, 13 years later, 2024, and again, there's conflict, this time in Sudan, between parties. So as I come back to as a peace builder, it's very humbling work. It's not linear. It's not always as gratifying as creating a new country and solving a conflict just to have more pop up. But in a world where there are more and more fires, I think being a firefighter is really the best work one could ask for.
So well said. Thank you for sharing, Cecily. Our next storyteller is Lucy Delaguila. Lucy, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ellie, and welcome everybody here to the U.S. Institute of Peace. It's really heartwarming and a pleasure to see how many people are interested in our work. I'm going to tell a personal story, how I started my peace building work 6 years ago. I was in Colombia. I started working in a project with women social leaders in a region called Montes de Maria, which was extremely affected by the armed conflict. These women social leaders have been victims either from the Colombian armed forces or the paramilitary or the guerrilla forces. I don't know if you know, but in Colombia there are approximately around 9 million victims from the armed conflict, and half of them are women. So it was really telling to listen to their stories. They were extremely gut-wrenching. Either they had been directly tortured, or displaced from their communities, or their relatives had been killed or disappeared. In spite of the suffering, they all had one goal: bringing peace to their communities. They understood that peace was their future and the future of their communities as well. However, my first learning was that you need to bring peace within yourself. And I met a women social leader who had been looking for her mom for 20 years. And she couldn't close that cycle. Her mother's remains were found during the pandemic, and it changed her life. She had been basically a social leader, a peace builder within her community, within her cousins and other women that live near her, but she couldn't close that cycle because she hadn't found her mom. After she did, she continued her work, and that's when she basically focused her life on finding peace for her community. Our project focused on providing knowledge to these women on gender issues, political participation, women's rights, and advocacy. It was very rewarding that at the end of the project, they would come and thank us and ask us for more training and support. And that is what makes me proud, but at the same time, as Cicely mentioned, it's meaningful because you can see that you're contributing to their strive and you're walking along with them on their path. So I hope with this story you can definitely learn what is our work.
Thank you, Lucy. And last but very not least, Tonis Montez. Tonis, please, your story.
Sure. Thank you all for being here today. As my colleagues have mentioned, we're really humbled and excited to see the interest that you have in this building and the work that we do. And so the story that I'm going to share with you today is a story about how I came into peace building. So I'm glad I went after Lucy because she shared a little bit about Colombia. For many of you who don't know, Colombia has been in an armed conflict for over 60 years. And they are also one of the United States' biggest allies in Latin America. And so my parents are Colombian. They emigrated from Colombia 30 years ago. Right before I was born. And so my story was really about hearing about war and violence. It was the only story that I knew. And so seeing the affectations of war and violence through different ways, either through displacement, through intimidation, through not being able to leave your city, that has an impact on how you perceive others, how you perceive just the world. And so coming from a migrant story and a story of war, when I got to high school and college here in the States, I learned about modern Latin American history. I learned about human rights abuses in Chile and Argentina. And I started seeing a different side of that story. I started seeing the side of peace. And in the midst of all of this violence, in the midst of chaos, there were people who were actively pursuing peace. And it's such an incredible story of resilience, of hope. And so that's what brought me into this organization, kind of thinking about how you kind of flip the paradigm from war and peace and the other, and really think about peace. So anyways, right now I work on social movements and nonviolent action at USIP. I work in Colombia with frontline peace builders and activists, many of whom are women and young people, Afro-descendants. And so a lot of what we do is think about how we can learn from each other, right? Even if the issues are different in Colombia to Venezuela, there is something to be shared and there's something to be learned. And so I think that being able to work, as Lucy said, alongside of these very brave and courageous people, giving them tools, giving them training, giving them any type of support they're looking for is a very humbling type of work, but it is critical. I mean, every day, that's the little grain of sand that you're adding to build a more peaceful, a more resilient, a more nonviolent world. And I think that, you know, if we all feel compelled by that, then that is what we should be working towards.
Thank you, Tonis. One thing that I love that these stories had in common, and I don't think we coordinated on what stories our colleagues are going to tell, but it really illustrates how how much of a process peace building is. And that's something that I hope you get to explore a little bit further in today's open house, is that peace building is an ongoing process, that we're always looking at what are the small things that we can be doing every day to make the world a more peaceful place. Even places where a treaty is signed, there's a ceasefire, there's an agreement put into place, it doesn't end there, right? We know that peace takes work day in and day out, and that's work that these wonderful colleagues do and the partners that they work with around the world. And so thank you for sharing. Before we close this session, I want to share a few ways that you can keep exploring these themes at the open house. Again, today is the International Day of Peace, and one of the ways that we encourage people to participate in this day is through the Peace Day Challenge. You can learn about that at the back of the room, take the Peace Day Challenge pledge. You can also learn about your conflict style and dig into what does peace mean to you? Why does it matter to think about peace from multiple perspectives? And so we have some interactive stations to help you do that. I also would like to give a very warm welcome and shout out to some local neighbors from the Foggy Bottom area. We have the Daughters of the American Revolution Museum, the George Washington University Museum and Textile Museum, as well as materials from the National Academy of Sciences and the Department of Interior Museum. Did you know there were so many places you could visit within a 15-minute walk of USIP? These wonderful neighbors are joining us today to share about how you can visit them and also about how peace relates to what their institutions focus on. Peace is a pretty universal theme, and there are lots of connections to be made. So please stop by, say hi, learn about them as well. You can stay engaged with us. We'd love your feedback. There are resources for that throughout the building. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of this open house. Good morning. Welcome to the United States Institute of Peace. If you are joining us for the storytelling on the National Mall session, we are beginning in the Great Hall. Thank you for being here. My name is Ellie Quinlan. I work here at the United States Institute of Peace. I will be our host for this morning's storytelling session. I would like to start first with a story of my own, or rather, a story about USIP. USIP was founded in 1984 with a mission to help prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflicts around the world. So we've been doing this work for 40 years. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary in October. And USIP, though it was founded in 1984, was really created by efforts of veterans in Congress and everyday Americans starting in the 1960s. However, they were inspired by an idea that goes back even further into American history. President George Washington was the first individual to really think about what would a peace institution look like within the American government. He thought lots about what our young democracy should look like and the types of institutions that would constitute it. And a peace academy, a place that would train people for peace in practical ways, was one of those things he thought and wrote about. He even went so far as to think about where in Washington, D.C. would this academy be located. And he was a surveyor by trade among his many trades. As he looked around Washington, he picked out a spot on a hill that was prominent along the Potomac River. Well, as pure coincidence has it, that is the very location where this headquarters building is built today. We built this building in 2008, it opened in 2011. Pure coincidence, but perhaps President Washington had something to do with it. However, so President Washington had these ideas about a peace academy, and it was many, many, many decades later that a group of Congress people were inspired to create an institution. They were veterans. They had served in World War II, in the Korean War, and in the Vietnam War, and they had been deeply impacted by their experiences in those conflicts. And they thought that there were things that we could do, practical things we could do to prevent conflicts like those from happening in the future, and that there were things that we could also do as a global community to try and make the world a more peaceful place. So they come up with this idea for a peace academy, and these members of Congress start talking about what would that legislation look like? What would an institution do and focus on? And so as those efforts are continuing and gaining support on Capitol Hill throughout the 60s, in the 1970s, this effort gains really crucial momentum as a result of a grassroots campaign of everyday Americans just like yourselves. Again, these people had also been through World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. They also were really interested in what can we do to create a more peaceful world? How can we build peace really practically? And so there was created a grassroots campaign called the National Peace Academy Campaign. It included veterans organizations, faith-based groups. It included people in academia who were having these conversations on their college campuses, and everyday people gathered around their kitchen tables talking about their deep desire for peace. In the late 1970s, this had gained national attention, and President Carter, together with Congress, agreed to study this more thoroughly. And so they created a commission that was led by Senator Sparks Matsunaga, and it traveled all around the United States. It held town halls and public hearings and interviews to test this proposition and to crowdsource ideas for what an institution would look like and do. It reported back to Congress in the early 1980s with some of those ideas, and ultimately the legislation drew from that, which was eventually passed in 1984 and signed by President Reagan. And so today, USIP is doing this work around the world, again, preventing, mitigating, and resolving violent conflicts, trying to equip people with the skills and tools necessary and effective at managing conflict so it doesn't become violent. And if it is happening, how do you bring it to resolution in a way that's going to be sustained? We have about 300 projects in 90 different countries, with a long-term presence in 29 of those places. This headquarters that we're in today is really the hub for our global work, but it very much takes place around the world. We work in sort of three different ways. We say that we work on the ground in places dealing with urgent conflicts, oftentimes working in partnership with people who are on the front lines of those conflicts, people who are trying to build peace. We also have deep expertise in areas of peace building. We bring that to bear to the rest of the peace building community, to the United States government, which is also working in places dealing with conflicts around the world. We also educate and train. Again, this idea about equipping people with practical skills and tools, which inspired our creation, very much lives on today in this education and training work. We are going to hear from 3 colleagues today who helps USIP to do this work. And so as I introduce them, I'll invite them up to join me on the stage here. So we have joining us Wiem Chattoui. Wiem, thank you very much for being with us. Wiem works on our curriculum and training design program. We also have Bile Dugsie joining us, who works in USIP's Africa Center. And we also have Athena Mizon-Foulé, who works on the public engagement team. Colleagues, thank you very much for joining us. I'll ask Wiem to be our first storyteller. Wiem, the floor is yours. It's on.
It's on already? Oh, perfect. All right. Well, hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to USIP. Thank you for being interested in our institute and the work that we do. The first part of the story, it's not really a story. It's more kind of thinking about what makes up a good peace builder, because I think that's a good way to start the conversation. How many of us have lived with 0 conflict in our lives? 0 aggression, 0 tension? Has anyone had that experience? Never seen it in anyone else's life? Yes, so conflict is definitely a part of humanity, a part of our history, a part of just life in general. And so a lot of what I draw inspiration from are the people throughout history, throughout humanity, visionaries about what peace building looks like, about where peace can be practiced, the fact that it doesn't only affect humans, but also entire ecosystems, our planet, our Earth, people who are prophets, people who are politicians, who are nation builders instead of nation destroyers. And those people, I see them as the real peace builders of our time, and I look to them for their attributes, for what they did, for how they behaved. And I try to have that inspire my work, and I think that's the same for all peace builders. And so thinking through a little bit all these conflicts and how they could have been avoided, and many conflicts could have been avoided, if only people had the right positions, attitudes, skills, tools. That's what motivates our work on the program in terms of being a resource for education that is fully inspired and drawn from the experiences of peace builders in all contexts around the world. And so I was thinking through a little bit all of the attributes. And one of them, I think the first one for me, the most important one, is the peace builder's ability to basically be able to have experienced a conflict themselves that they have forged a path through from destruction or from negativity, from conflict to construction and to peace. So people who have experienced conflict are often the ones who bring us the most valuable insights and who become the biggest resource for peace building in their own contexts and around the world. The other attribute that I think is incredibly important to me as well in my work, and that I've seen no single peace builder really maintain credibility unless they have this attribute, and it is seeing the human dignity in all people. There is a difficulty that we face sometimes globally, where there has been this effort, or no, not necessarily an effort, but sometimes we lack the ability to truly see the human dignity in all people. I think in the global north, in the West, sometimes there's an attitude of feeling that certain systems are superior to others, certain even aesthetics are superior to others, that certain intellectual, cultural modes of production are superior to others. And the second a peace builder comes in with that kind of bias, it is immediately blatantly obvious to the people they work with. And that means that they have very little path forward for true engagement if they don't really recognize that basic human dignity that combines, that we have collectively as a species. And then the third thing that I think is really essential is that they are brave. An attribute of bravery is essential. When you enter a conflict context, you are putting yourself in a situation where sometimes there are casualties. They may be reputational, they may be physical. We have lost peace builders, people who have put themselves on the front lines to be able to rethink and reshape systems of governance, to be able to draw attention even to what a network of solidarity could look like. And the costs are really high. So it does take bravery to be able to deal with the worst case scenario rejection of having your attempts to open a door for peace get rejected, but there are other risks as well. The fourth one is patience. I think peace builders must be patient. I can't stress enough how counterproductive pressure is and impatience is in peace building contexts. Anyone who's dealt with any conflict, even at home with a toddler, will tell you that pressure doesn't work. And to be frank, it doesn't work on anyone. Adults, leaders of states, and just everyday people. And then I guess the next thing is resilience. Resilience because peace builders have to be honest with themselves. The number, we all watch the news, at least I hope so, because you're here and I think you care about the world and its state. But when people watch the news, they're often disheartened. The scale of conflict, the tools that are being used as methods of war, the fact that war continues to be profitable, that building arms and weapons and dropping bombs continues to be profitable. This is disheartening to everyone, almost. But it is most disheartening if your entire career is built on the idea that peace is possible. And being honest with ourselves as peace builders, I think, is a great attribute because it allows us to really, truly give shape to what peace would look like. It can't be this blurry, shapeless thing. It has to be tangible and concrete in our minds. And we must see the path forward towards it, and that can only be done if we see the obstacles. And every day we are reminded of those obstacles on the news. And finding ways to see those obstacles and recognize that our work is cumulative, that it might be a drop in the ocean, but it's a valuable drop in the ocean, and that the work of education, of rethinking, of re-envisioning the world is essential, that it can't stop. I think that helps us be resilient. And then I guess the sixth point is they really do have to believe in peace. And it connects to that. It's not something you go into without faith. And if we were to go into it without faith, I think we will truly miss out on the things that allow us to keep going in those moments when we notice that, is it really worth it, working through the difficult parts of humanity's constant somehow fall into conflict and aggression and violence? The last thing I'll say is to bring it back to human dignity for all, which I think is the one that I believe really humanity must work on. All of us must work on being able to see the value of every human life, no matter what side of the conflict it's on. Is peace building cannot be selective. We cannot be selective because if peace building is selective, it's hypocritical. And if it's hypocritical, it's not serious. And if it's not serious, its impact is not only kind of the ripple effect where if there's a conflict somewhere else and it's not necessarily the part of the world that I'm interested in or that I truly see as its, in its full importance, the idea that just the way we couldn't really, contain the effects of viruses and pandemics or climate change, we can't really contain these things. They will have an impact on us, but worse than that, I think, or maybe part of it, is that if we are selective about peace building, it takes away from the credibility of peace building work that everybody else does, that everyone in humanity, the course of humanity has tried to do. And so we can't have it be not taken seriously because humanity needs it constantly, but perhaps today more than before. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Athena, you'll be our next storyteller, please.
Sure.
Floor is
Great.
yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thanks for having me share a little bit about myself. One of the prompts that, you set it up perfectly for me, the prompts we were given to talk about this morning was what constitutes or what makes a great peace builder. So I thought I'd share a little bit. This is going to sound a little arrogant, but to call myself a peace builder. But it goes back to this point that what I think makes a good peace builder is to acknowledge that it's everybody's work. All of us are peace builders. It's going to take all of us to advance causes of peace in our lives in this world. So thank you for your comments. And I wanted to start by saying, by a quote, St. John 23rd, that if you want peace, you have to work for justice. And so when I was starting on my academic and professional career, I joined the Peace Corps. I thought, what better way to understand, how the United States is viewed in the world, and what ways to better get experience other than working in the field and trying to better understand how to advance the lives and communities of people around the world. So I had the privilege of serving in Uzbekistan for 2 years, right around the time as it was emerging as a new democracy. And after that, I remembered something that my father once told me, and he said there are 2 things that you can spend money on that can never be taken away from you. That's travel experiences and your education. So oddly enough, I found myself working 2 decades for a flagship academic and cultural exchange program for the United States government, which is the Fulbright program, working to find and identify the brightest and best Americans to send overseas to facilitate citizen diplomacy. And again, advancing peace at a more academic level. So with the Peace Corps, I was looking at it from a community perspective. From Fulbright, I was able to look at it from the track of international higher education exchanges and advancing academic knowledge and diplomacy across nations. So landing here at USIP, I feel, has been a real culmination of so much, because now, leading national outreach, I get to bring it back home and make the work that our fantastic experts around the world are doing relevant to American audiences here in the United States. So I just got back from Kansas, and working closely with civic organizations, some veterans groups, and faith-based organizations to, again, understand that peace work is everybody's work, and how privileged and proud we are to be part of an organization that is constantly back to the authenticity and integrity of the work that we're doing. Knowing that we're working in close collaboration with communities around the world, with organizations, like-minded, value-aligned organizations like ours, to really take on the mantle of peace-building work, both as individuals and as a larger society, and to, again, make sure that we know that all of us play as a part in advancing peace in the world. So I would say, to be a good peace builder, there needs to be accountability, knowing that it's all of our work and that we're all in this together, and to continue from there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Athena. And Bilay, you are our final storyteller. Please,
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Bilay Duxier. I'm a program manager here at USIP. I wanted to start off with a quick fun fact. So today, International Day of Peace, also falls on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I didn't know when I asked him, I promise.
So I just want to say thank you for joining me today on this special day for 2 reasons. So one thing that I learned very quickly as a peace builder is that peace building is not a monolith. It's something that can take many shapes, forms, in the same way that conflict can take a lot of various shapes and forms in many different ways. When I think of people who make peace, before I started my peace building journey, what I thought was people wearing suits in a room, signing a document, and ending a conflict once and for all. That does happen, and it is very important, but my story today is going to focus on what's happening on the grassroots level to really make a longer lasting change happen. One of the things that I learned very quickly during my journey is that the important work to bring lasting peace is really done at that level, in the grassroots level, by young people who see a future that's brighter for their communities and for their families and everyone else in their surroundings. And they know that no conflict is insurmountable. A good peace builder deeply believes that no conflict, no matter how bad, is beyond healing, as long as people are willing to listen, empathize, and just keep trying. And it's not easy. When it starts to feel impossible, a good peace builder will find creative ways. And really, my story is going to focus on a very creative way that someone who's very special to me found to make a big change in their community. I'd like to tell you a story about a young peace builder from Cameroon who has lived through conflict himself, who's lived through a cycle of violence and found almost no way out, but came out of it and changed the lives of lots of people in his community. 2 years ago, I met a young man from Cameroon who proved that even in the worst conditions, peace is definitely possible. We were speaking while he was here in DC, and he told me about a major challenge his country was facing. He told me that over the last decade, there's more and more people that are going to prisons in Cameroon. The rate at which inmates were in prison was just getting higher and higher, to the point where it was no longer sustainable, meaning that the conditions became more and more harsh. It became really hard to make it a place where people can rehabilitate and come back into society and become a peace builder themselves. And to make matters worse, the conditions were indeed quite harsh, and he could attest to that because he himself found himself in that situation at a young age. He found that these conditions in those prisons were not conducive for solving any kind of conflict or resolving any or preventing violence, really. Instead, it actually perpetrated a cycle that he was hoping he can disrupt. He knew that in order to lift people out of violence, that there's a need to create the conditions where people can rebuild their lives and live with a bit of dignity and reintegrate into society. He himself, as I said, he grew up in violence. He understands how it works. He knows that it's difficult to get out of, especially in certain contexts where it's so entrenched. But he understood that by giving people a chance to live with dignity, that we can pave the way for the next generation of peace builders. And that's when he told me about a project that he started in Cameroon. He launched the Creative Skills for Peace program in prisons across Cameroon, which sought to create prisonpreneurs. It's a play on words for prison and entrepreneur. And through that project, inmates would participate in a number of various trainings, ranging from entrepreneurship development, vocational training, and sports for social cohesion. And it was through some of these programs, particularly sports, where people learned that they have more in common than not. And one thing that was interesting about this program is that it was open to the prison staff as well. And I thought that was very interesting. So then I asked him what came out of this program. I was very interested to see. And he told me a couple stories that I wanted to share with you. One inmate who was in prison at the time for 15 years started a business after completing the project where he was able to make flip-flops out of old tires that were just discarded. And so the project worked with staff in the prison and people outside of the prison to bring lots of old tires, and people were wondering, why are there so many tires coming to this prison? He was able to make 7 pairs of flip-flops per tire and sell them and make money. And that's not all. There were lots of other things that came out of this program. Other prisoners started businesses in jewelry making, tailoring, and even greenhouse farming. And there's so much more. So he knew that by equipping prisoners with these skills that they would leave with a new outlook and continue their good work in their community. And he's just one example of many peace builders that are all around us all the time, who are always finding creative ways to bring peace in the most challenging contexts. I hope you enjoyed that story. He continues to be a really close friend of mine, and he's inspired me very deeply in the work I do, particularly here at USIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Bile. Something that I think resonates across each of the stories you all have shared is about genuine connection with people who have these lived experiences. And I know that's very emblematic of the programming approach that USIP takes. And this idea that we need patience to build peace. We want peace deeply and need it, right, quite urgently in many of the places we're working, but it can take time to build it, and being able to sustain yourself in the long term is so important, and that is something that came through so clearly. And we talk about peace building a lot at USIP, more so than we talk about peace necessarily, the difference being that the building part is iterative, right? It's looking at peace from the perspective of its component parts. How can we work toward peace? What is one thing we can do for peace today that contributes to the whole? And taking it in that step-by-step approach can help sustain those efforts very much in the long term. We hope you continue to explore these different themes of peace building, learn more about USIP's work while you're here today. We have lots of sort of stations around this open house to help you do that, from stories of other peace builders who have shared their work, Along this glass wall here, we have resources for taking part in the Peace Day Challenge at the back of the room. Also some interactive stations where you can learn about your conflict style and dig in a little deeper into how do I think about peace. And so we have those stations. I also would like to thank and welcome and draw your attention to some partners that we have here with us today. Foggy Bottom neighboring institutions have joined us for this open house to share about how you can visit them and how peace relates to the work of their institutions. The Daughters of the American Revolution Museum is here. We have the George Washington University Museum and the Textile Museum here, as well as materials from the National Academy of Sciences and from the Department of Interior Museum. These institutions are just a 15-minute walk from USIP. I know I've walked recently and got, technically speaking, 12 minutes and 45 seconds to the furthest one, but I have a long stride. These are great institutions, and peace is one of those universal themes that when you stop to think about it, reflect on it, you can find connections to what it is that's relevant to your life, and I think that's what's so great about them being here today. I also want to thank an illustrator who's joining us for these storytelling sessions. Renata is joining us from Lizard Brain. She's been illustrating these stories. Do stop by and see what her good work looks like. Thank you to the colleagues who've joined for this session, to those who are volunteering to make today possible, and last but certainly not least, to our visitors. Thank you for coming in. Again, we're a public institution. We love being open to the public. Thank you so much for celebrating the International Day of Peace with us. Good afternoon. Welcome to the United States Institute of Peace. My name is Ellie Quinlan. I work here at USIP on our public engagement team. I'll be your host for this Storytelling on the National Mall session. We're really glad you're here. Thank you for visiting us. Today is a really special day. It is the International Day of Peace, and this open house is one of the ways that USIP celebrates the day. We're especially happy to have you here on September 21st. Today's Storytelling on the National Mall session will feature personal stories about what it's like to be a peace builder and what makes a good peace builder, told by USIP staff who do this work day in and day out. Before I introduce them, I would like to share a story of my own, or rather, the story of USIP's creation. This is a public institution, a nonpartisan institution that Congress founded in 1984 with a mission to help prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflicts all around the world. The efforts to create USIP really started in the 1960s and by a group of members of Congress who were inspired by an idea that President George Washington had. You know, as he was thinking about the institutions that would formulate our young democracy, he thought about a military service academy that would train and prepare us for war, but he also thought about a peace academy, a place that would train us for peace in really practical ways. He even went so far as to draw up blueprints for what this academy would look like and pick out a spot within Washington where it would sit. Some may know he was a surveyor among his many talents, and the spot he had in mind was at the base of a very prominent hill along the Potomac River. And it just so happens by pure coincidence that that is the very spot that we are located today. It just so happened that when we were building this headquarters in 2008, the land was still available to do so. And so President Washington had these ideas, but it was really a group of members of Congress in the 1960s who came together around how do we actually create a national institution focused on peace building? These members of Congress were veterans. They had served in World War II, in the Korean War, and in the Vietnam War, and they had been deeply impacted by their experiences in conflict. They had been on the front lines and knew well the costs of war. They wanted deeply for Americans to avoid having to fight wars like that in the future, and for the global community to find practical ways to avoid those sorts of conflicts. So they came up with this idea for a National Peace Academy, and throughout the 60s started introducing legislation to establish such an institution. In the 1970s, their efforts were really crucially motivated and encouraged on and expanded by a grassroots campaign of everyday Americans. These were people in veterans organizations, in faith-based groups, across a number of denominations, people in academia who were having these conversations on their college campuses, right, about peace and conflict and international issues that were going on. And they were people gathered around their kitchen tables, people who had also been through conflict, who deeply wanted to look at the practical ways that we could build peace. And so that grassroots campaign, called the National Peace Academy campaign, really encouraged members of Congress, increased support on Capitol Hill, so that by the late 1970s, this had national attention, including that of the president. So President Carter, with Congress, created a commission that traveled all around the United States. It held town halls and public hearings and private interviews to really test the proposition, right? If we're going to do this, create a new public institution, what would it look like and focus on? How would it be structured? Those conversations led to recommendations that Congress brought forward and used to inform its legislation that was eventually passed in 1984 and signed by President Reagan that same year. We've been around for 40 years. Our anniversary, technically speaking, is in about a month from now, on October 19th. And since our founding, we have done the work to prevent and mitigate and resolve violent conflicts. We work in 3 different ways. We say that we work on the ground in places dealing with urgent conflicts. We say that we elevate peace building as an area of expertise with deep, serious thought and practical solutions that can add to the actions being taken across U.S. government, whether it's folks in the executive branch or up on Capitol Hill. We also say that we educate and train. We do education and training workshops in this building, in places around the world, and in online platforms as well. USIP has about 300 projects that take place across 90 countries. In a subset of those, we have a long-term presence. In 29 countries, we are committed to being in the long term with staff long-term on the ground. And so you'll hear today from some of the colleagues who do this type of work and what it means to them to be a peace builder and what they think of as good peace building. So I'd like to introduce them to you. Our first colleague is Osama Garizi. Osama works in USIP's Middle East program. Osama, would you please join me at the front? We also have Anna Daly Larson, who works on USIP's Women, Peace, and Security program, and Jackie Sirk, who works on our Strategics Partnership program. Thank you all for joining me. We have asked these colleagues to find some personal stories and examples of what this work means to them. I will ask Jackie to start us off. Anna and Osama will close us out. Jackie, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. It's great to see such a good crowd. So I think the thing I wanted to talk about a little bit today was what makes a good peace builder. And I can tell you that all the people that we work with here at USIP get into peace building work to do things, to fix things, to see problems and conflicts in the world and do what they can to make those conflicts better. But I'll actually say, I think the first step to actually being a good peace builder is listening. So I think you start by listening, then you listen some more, and then you listen some more, and then you take all that back and actually do the thing that you're trying to do, which is bring peace to the world and end conflicts all around the world. So I think the part of that listening is just understanding the entire ecosystem of peace building. So I think when you think of a peace builder, you might think of someone sitting at a table negotiating an agreement or kind of resolving tensions between two conflicting parties. And that's certainly something that we do and something that USIP speaks about, but there are so many other people in that ecosystem that it takes to get a peace deal in place and to make sure that it's lasting and that we can expect peace for generations. So some of those different roles, the first one that we work with, especially I work with in strategic partnerships, are the policymakers. So when you think about people at State Department, at the White House, working really hard to work with governments and work at that really high level to say, how can we make sure that conflict doesn't break out? How can we address tension before it becomes physical conflict, and kind of working at that level? We also have community advocates. So we work a lot here at USIP with people that are experiencing conflict in their countries and have actually seen firsthand what that does to a community and have ideas, the best ideas on how to actually address that as a community. As Ellie mentioned, we also have thought leaders and academics that kind of look at where we've gone wrong in the past, what has worked in the past, and pulling that all together to bring lessons to the community for the future. We have practitioners on the ground, so people maybe based here in DC, based in the US, that actually go to these countries and do the important work of working with victims of conflict or people experiencing conflict and try to level them up. And I think actually another community that USIP really focuses on is all of you, which is the public. And so I think you're all here today to learn more about the peace building field, and I just want to let you all know that you're an important part in it already. So something about the public is just raising awareness on conflicts, being here today and showing that you all care about these issues and care about learning where conflict is happening, how we might fix it, how we might improve, does a world of wonder for the peace-building community and showing that our work matters, that people care about it, that the things that we do are very important, not just here, but also abroad, and just letting the world know that the mission of peace-building, of USIP, is something that you all care about, and that we are on the right track by caring about it as well. So yeah, I just can't stress enough how important it is that you're all here today learning more about USIP and supporting our mission. And I just want you to know that you really are supporting our mission by being here and learning more and bringing you all together here and kind of talking about what peace building means to us is already a huge part of that.
Thanks, Jackie. I love that point about the ecosystem and that we're all part of it. And certainly the public engagement work that the team I'm on does brings the American public into that ecosystem and helps them participate in it. Anna, we'll turn to you next. What's your role in the ecosystem and what do you bring to us today?
Hi, everybody. very nice to see you all. Friendly reminder that I'm on the Women, Peace, and Security team, as Ellie said. And if I can, before I begin, I just want to say this is a really wild full circle moment, because when I was 14 years old or so, I came to DC for what was essentially a nerd camp on international relations. Ellie was my camp counselor here, and we came and did a site visit here to the building. And as a teenager who was trying to figure out what life would look like, that it was just totally opened my eyes to different possibilities. So it's really a privilege for me to be here with you all today, but also to get to come here every day to do the work. When I think about what it takes to be a good peace builder, Jackie hit the nail on the head with listening as a first step, but I think it also comes back to people in a few different ways. One, when we're here in DC and we're thinking about peace building and peace and conflict and all the different factors that go into that, it can start to feel like kind of an abstract type of thing. It can feel really meta, like really up here, high level. But these are human issues. These are people-centered issues, right? Like, humans help create some of the problems that we're trying to work through, but people are also every day impacted by the things that we work on in very serious ways. And so I think to do this work effectively, you have to always remember that. Daily reminders to yourself, but also every once in a while, you get faced with something that makes it hard to forget that. But people also, for me, are why we can keep doing this. The work of peace building can sometimes, be really hard. The successes feel like they don't come often enough. The setbacks feel like they come too often. And so there are some days that, it can feel really overwhelming and really daunting. And it's hard to see the path forward. But our colleagues, our peers, our coworkers, the folks we work with in the field, someone is always able to hold on to that optimism, or a better word, I think, is hope. Turning the emotions that we feel, anger, sadness, whatever it is, into a motivator, and remembering the hope, I think, is the most powerful force. And even on the days where it feels like a lot, I leave rooms of people, whether it's my colleagues here at USIP, whether it's meetings with our partners elsewhere in DC or from around the world, energized, because this is really a collective effort. It's not an individual effort. And so, it's really heartening, I think, to always be reminded of the communal nature of this, the collective nature of this work. And it makes me very proud every day to come to work with people like Jackie and Osama who, are right there with me. We're doing it together.
Thanks, Anna. This is a really important point for those of you who maybe haven't yet had a chance to explore what our programming looks like. It takes place in places that are dealing with urgent conflicts, and it can be really hard, especially in places that are dealing with intractable conflict, where it seems like there is no ground to be gained in active violence toward peace, that having even one person, let alone a small group of people or a whole institution, saying peace is possible here. Here are things we haven't explored. And being able to play that role for people can help to inspire, sustain efforts. Even, a day can make a difference, right? Being able to show up for partner organizations on the ground in another country who are trying to sustain their peace building efforts and saying, I believe in you. We're going to be here tomorrow. We'll be here the day after. And here are the different resources we can bring to the table. That can have a really important impact in sustaining those efforts in the long term. We've heard from a lot of colleagues today who've underscored that patience is a really important peace building tool. And in some cases, you don't see your gains for years, decades in some cases, but just believing that it's possible and continuing to work toward that. The last thing I'll say before turning to Osama is, we talk a lot about peace here at USIP, but we more often are talking about peace building. And that's because the building piece is really important. We want to emphasize that peace is something you can work at, that it is made up of component parts, and that it's not this fuzzy, nebulous, ooey gooey thing. It's really hard to achieve, but it's possible when you break it down into what does it actually mean for me to live in peace? You know, what are the different things I want to see in my society, from my government, from my neighbors? And when you talk about it from that lens, it can be really practical. And so that's why we emphasize this peace building approach. Okay, Osama, our last storyteller, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's great to be with everyone today. Osama Grizi. I'm the senior advisor for our work in Iraq, the Gulf, and Yemen, and I'm based in Beirut. So I'm just in town for the next couple of weeks, and I'm glad I got the opportunity to be here with you all today. So yeah, the countries I work on and where I'm coming from, hope is definitely something that we all need as a good peace builder, and I'll circle back to that one. But I think emphasizing what's already been said, listening. You know, in my experience, peace building starts with the ability to listen, really listen, not just to what's coming out of someone's mouth, but what's behind it, what are their experiences, what the humanity behind what they're saying. And I think a lot of the work that I do, just to give you a flavor of what that looks like, is in Iraq we do a lot of local peace and dialogue processes in areas that were cleared of ISIS. So the community, the social relations in these communities have been really fractured and fragmented. And so a lot of the approaches we take on mediation and dialogue inherently needs to involve active listening, understanding the humanity and the grievances behind someone's pain and experience. And I think this is something we try to emphasize in our work. Prior to even engaging in mediation, we try to emphasize this thing of look behind the words coming out. What are the experiences? And I really learned the importance of this growing up. My parents are Lebanese, which Lebanon went through a 30-year civil war. And the stories they shared with me about the fighting weren't just about the war itself, but the post-war period, about the social relations and how they changed. And this was especially relevant because Lebanon never went through a reconciliation process after the war. It was really about turning the page and moving on. And so as I would go back in our summers and visit, you really noticed that each community was really just talking amongst themselves. There wasn't any efforts to hear the other side and to reconcile. But as I would go back to Lebanon in the summers, I really understood the power of connection. And what stood out to me most was, like, as I mentioned, unlike those who stayed in Lebanon and grew up there, and they were just used to associating with those from their own community, I actively built relationships with those from other communities, people from different religious denominations and political affiliations. And when I think about why that's the case, really, it's about my experience growing up here in the United States. It's afforded me the opportunity to be exposed to different cultures, perspectives, and ways of thinking. And I learned the value of pluralism and how pluralism can be a positive and not a negative in society. Creating those friendships across the divide showed me that peace building is about relationships. So again, we have active listening, we have the need to develop relationships, and don't shy away from having difficult conversations to cultivate those relationships. Oftentimes in peace building work, you really need to have hard conversations to get past the first barrier and to create connections that allow you to really connect on a deeper level. And I think another thing that makes a good peace builder is their ability to see the bigger picture while working on the ground. That's something that's been emphasized. Our work is very much long-term, but that's not to say we shouldn't celebrate the gradual gains we make. And I think this is often the hardest part of our work, is that we work in a lot of conflicts that are intractable, that have deep structural factors that take years to resolve. But progress is being made on a societal level, on a relationship level, and I think highlighting that and how that works towards these other changes that we're all wanting is important. Lastly, I think what was mentioned, what makes a good peace builder is hope. Without hope, the work that we do would be impossible. A good peace builder believes in the possibility of change, even when everything around you seems to be working against you. But yeah, at the end of the day, peace is possible, and to be constantly reminded that it is possible is something that we all need to keep in mind. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Osama. There are additional examples of USIP's work throughout the space. So as we end this storytelling on the National Mall session, I want to encourage you to please explore those. We have printed materials which give examples of our work, the videos that are playing in this space give other examples of what that work looks like around the world. We also have resources for taking part in the Peace Day Challenge, emphasizing this point that we live in an ecosystem. Each of us can be peace builders. One thing that we do to celebrate the International Day of Peace is to invite folks to take up the Peace Day Challenge. So there are resources for that in the back of this space. We, in addition to these stories today, have been hearing from stories from other peace builders throughout today. This spring, we've had monthly open houses featuring others' stories, and so those poster boards that were drawn from those stories are around this space. Please take your time to peruse those and see what other people have had to share about what it means to them to be a peace builder. And I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge a few different groups with us today. The first is Renata from Lizard Brain, who has been illustrating these stories. Renata, thank you. Her work is really beautiful and literally illustrates some of the themes that we've been talking about. We also have some neighbor institutions joining us for this open house. In the front of our space, we have the George Washington University and Textile Museum, the Daughters of the American Revolution Museum, the Department of Interior Museum, and the National Academy of Sciences are joining us. Foggy Bottom is kind of a funny corner of Washington, D.C. There's lots to do here, and within a 12-minute, 45-minute walk, I've timed it, from USIP, you can get to all these different places that are just wonderful to visit. And so we've invited them here to join us on the Day of Peace and to talk about how peace relates to what you can learn about at their institution. So please say hi and learn about them as well. And lastly, I want to thank the staff who are supporting today's event on a Saturday. This is the very first Saturday that USIP ever has opened to the public. You're here on a historic occasion, and thank you to the staff who've come in to support today. With that, I'll conclude our storytelling on the National Mall session. Thank you all very much for visiting. Take care. He's just running a little late. So
Okay.
he's going to surreptitiously. Yes, right. This is the first session of the day where this is starting to be in shadow.
Oh, good. Good.
The other three.
Good for us.
I now know this is a fully lit corner of the building at most times of the day. Yeah, he's just running late. He's gonna quietly just come take a seat. Thanks. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, to the United States Institute of Peace. We're starting the storytelling on the National Mall session in USIP's Great Hall. Thank you so much for joining us on the International Day of Peace. Today is the International Day of Peace, and every year USIP celebrates it with an open house. Now, this one is a little different in that it's our very first ever Saturday being open to the public. Because the Day of Peace happened to fall on Saturday this year, we are delighted to welcome you for this slightly historic occasion. We are looking forward to sharing some stories with you about what it's like to actually work in peace building. Hopefully you've spent some time in the space today learning about some of USIP's work, meeting some of our neighbors across Foggy Bottom, and finding resources for taking part in the Peace Day Challenge. Before we begin and I introduce my colleagues, I would like to share a story about USIP's founding. This institution was created in 1984 by the U.S. Congress to prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflicts happening all around the world. And the act was signed in 1984, in October to be exact. We'll be celebrating 40 years in just about a month. And the efforts to create USIP really began in earnest in the 1960s, when a group of members of Congress were inspired by an idea that President George Washington had, one of the founding fathers of this country. He had thought a lot about the institutions that should formulate our young democracy. And one of the places he thought about was a peace academy. He also thought about a military service academy, a place to train us and prepare us for war and for defense. He also thought about a place that would train us for peace in really practical ways. And so drew up plans for both, including picking sort of a plot of land within this Washington area for where Peace Academy would sit. He was a surveyor, as some may know, and so he picked out this spot to sit at the base of a prominent hill along the Potomac River. As it happened, many decades later, when USIP's permanent headquarters, where we're sitting today, was being built, we're sitting on the very same plot of land that he had picked out. It just happened that the land was available. And so President George Washington, had these ideas about a peace academy in a really concrete sense, but it wasn't until these many decades later that members of Congress in the 1960s were inspired to take up action and put those ideas into fruition. And so these members of Congress had served in World War II, they had served in the Korean War, they had served in the Vietnam War. These were veterans, people who knew really well the costs of war, and knew the urgency with which the U.S. wanted to avoid wars like those in the future and find ways to practically build peace on a global scale. So they started introducing legislation and putting pen to paper to create a national institution that would be focused on peace. Throughout the 60s, they're doing this work. In the 1970s, their efforts are really crucially accelerated as a result of action taken up by everyday Americans. There came together a grassroots campaign called the National Peace Academy Campaign, which consisted of veterans organizations, faith-based organizations, people in academia, right? People on college campuses studying peace, studying conflict, having important conversations about this, and also everyday people gathered around their kitchen tables. Again, these were people who had been through World War II, who had been through the Korean War and the Vietnam War, and really wanted to avoid global conflicts like this moving forward. And so this grassroots campaign, coupled with the leadership in Congress, ultimately led to the legislation that was created and signed in 1984, creating us. And so we've been around for 40 years. USIP's work first evolved from really seeding the field of peace studies at institutions across this country to now working on the ground in places dealing with urgent conflicts. We have this headquarters in Washington, which is the hub for our global work, but we have offices and an on-the-ground presence in countries around the world as well. We have about 300 projects taking place in about 90 countries. And in a subset of those, we have a long-term presence. Staff live there. There are USIP offices in 29 different places around the world. We are not just implementing on-the-ground peace-building projects. We also have deep expertise in areas of peace building, things like climate change, things like energy management, things like regional areas of focus, Afghanistan, the Middle East, Latin America. We have areas of expertise that we bring forward as other people in U.S. government are working on issues of peace and conflict. They have lots of tools at their disposal. Peace building is one of those tools that can help the U.S. government to be better at addressing issues of peace and conflict. And so that's some of the research and the thought leadership work that we do. Lastly, we educate and train. Again, this was an institution very much inspired by a desire for a place that would train people for peace in practical ways. We do that today through robust training and education programs that take place here in this headquarters, that takes place around the world. We travel to do this work. We have partners that help us to do this work. And we also have a virtual capacity to train people as well. And so this work has a really broad spectrum of ways that people are peace builders. I'm joined by 3 colleagues who do this work day in and out, and you'll hear from them. We've asked them to share a personal example of what it's like to be a peace builder. We've asked, why are you proud to be a peace builder, and what makes a good peace builder? So I look forward to, along with you, hearing from these colleagues. Joining us this afternoon, we have John Allen, who is on our Global Security and Travel program, Brittany Krall, who's on the Climate, Environment, and Conflict program, and Barry Salam, who's on our Afghanistan program. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us. Brittany, let's start with you, please. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I actually panicked slightly when asked to share my story about why I'm proud to be a peace builder. Coming from years of working on climate-related issues, I've always considered myself an environmentalist. Am I a peace builder? And as I thought about this, I realized that environmental issues and conflict are often intertwined. Environmental issues are social issues. They're cultural issues. They're economic issues. And in this context, peace building is fundamentally about improving the reciprocal relationship that humans have with the environment in which we live. People rely on access to the environment to meet their most basic needs: food, water, shelter, livelihoods. And without reliable and equitable and secure access to these natural resources, humans and economic well-being suffer. And this can create the conditions for conflict. Access to natural resources is complicated, often by multiple and competing factors, both socially and economically and ecologically. For example, land and water resources, they provide economic returns that support development, but they can also be stressed by those very uses. I've seen this through my own work, both in the US and internationally. And I think, interestingly, these tensions are becoming further strained by climate change. This is creating uncertainties around rainfall and temperature patterns and extreme events. And as such, natural resource access is becoming increasingly unpredictable and impacting broader economic and social trends. These types of challenges are a significant cause for concern, but I think more importantly, they're actually a call to action. Peace building is about finding common ground in complicated and often tense situations in order to create a way forward. I say common ground very intentionally because it is often the literal ground and natural resources that can provide that shared interest to bring people together and initiate a dialogue. This means that environmental considerations are an essential part of the peace building process. My work here at USIP, my peace building work, is really focused on this common ground. It's about understanding how changes in the natural world are impacting these social and economic and ecological factors and instability. And more importantly, it's about evaluating innovative ideas for how environmental resources can be a shared interest that builds trust among different groups and breaks through these tensions. Working on how we as humans can coexist more harmoniously with each other and with the world around us is the most rewarding type of work. It brings together all of the tools that we have through science and policy and technology and governance and culture in the pursuit and application of that knowledge. It is work that can be done and must be done at all levels, from the choices we make as individuals, within our local communities, as a nation, and through multilateral processes. Action at every level is urgent and it matters. It is also work that is always changing and never done. There is always room for improvement. And it is for all of these reasons that I am very proud to be an environmental peace builder.
Thank you so much, Brittany. Earlier, we had a colleague who talked about the ecosystem of peace building, and it struck me how you talk about these different levels, that peace building and the community that does that work is an ecosystem in itself. Let's turn to John. John, the floor is yours for your story of peace building.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It was in the spring of 2017 when my wife and I returned from living and working in post-apartheid South Africa for nearly 2 decades. It was there that we met and shook the hands of the first democratically elected president, Nelson Mandela. The same hand that was raised to mobilize the Zulus, the Sutus, the Zulus, the Ndebele's, the Hindus, the Muslims, the Afrikaners, just to name a few. That same hand was extended to my family when we came into his space. It was on a Saturday morning in a large shopping mall in Johannesburg, South Africa, between high-end, upscale hotels and the golden arches of McDonald's. He stopped his personal security detail because he saw that we were in his space. He paused, he bent over, and he extended his hand to my 8-year-old son. He asked him, "How did you cast your vote?" My 8-year-old son couldn't respond. Nelson Mandela laughed, and he stood up, shoulders square, and he said, "Bill Clinton is my friend." You can only imagine coming back to the U.S. after nearly 2 decades would present its own challenges. My wife and I hit the ground running. We wanted to reconnect with our nieces and nephews, our cousins and our friends, but so much had changed. So much had changed. Our world, in a sense, was turned upside down. we could observe and noticed that the COVID-19 pandemic hit, followed by the brutal murder of George Floyd. There was chaos and violence in the streets. It was almost like we couldn't breathe. Fast forward, one day following the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, I was walking between John F. Kennedy's Peace Corps office and the golden arches of another McDonald's. I'm walking, and lo and behold, I see a member dressed in neo-Nazi attire who was returning home from the rally. He was in my space. He not only had a backpack, but he had a placard that read, "I've fallen on bad luck. Can you help me get home?" I stopped, I paused, I opened up my hand, and I will never, ever forget that moment. Because at that moment, I remembered my meeting and shaking the hands of Nelson Mandela, who acknowledged in true African fashion that I was in his space. This brother was in my space. In the words of Nelson Mandela, the world is an evolving, complex space, but it can be a rainbow community. It's in our hands now to make the world a better place.
Thanks, John. Being a peace builder, being a peace building organization is one thing, and being individuals who live in the world is another, right? We are all living in the world and have a capacity to be peace builders. That's something that we're bringing forward out of this open house in a few different ways. Thank you for sharing your story. Barry.
Thank you, Eli, and good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. It's great to be here. I'm from Afghanistan, so I want to talk a little bit about my experience from what I have experienced and seen throughout my life. So today, this morning, I was really trying to figure out what to share with you today. I had a hard time figuring out. So I turned to my little 7-year-old daughter for a spark of inspiration and asked her, "What is peace?" She said, "It is when people don't want to fight." And I said, yes. Got me thinking that that's a very crucial distinction between people when they don't fight or they don't want to fight. That reminded me of this fabulous concept of negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace is the absence of war. It's the silence of guns. But unfortunately, it's not addressing the root causes of a conflict. So it is temporary. Whereas positive peace is trying to address the underlying causes of a conflict and try to find a solution to the drivers of war so that a permanent, lasting peace is achieved. Unfortunately, being from Afghanistan, my homeland is a very critical example of this. We have been at war over 5 decades, and we have experienced 6 regime changes. monarchies toppled by communist regimes toppled by mujahideen overthrown by Taliban, and then Taliban won, replaced by the Republic with the help of United States, and then now, again, the Taliban are back to power. What was really missing? The one crucial thing that was missing that none of these regimes paid attention to was addressing the root causes of the conflict. And what is that? That is to make sure that people feel included. When you win the war, you feel that you have got it all, that you have figured it all, that you have all the answers, until you realize that you're not, you have not. And that's what has happened successively in Afghanistan. And we have repeatedly gone through this vicious circle. And even today, the Taliban are in power and they're repeating the same mistakes. Denying people their very basic political and civil rights, denying women their rights for education and work, excluding all those who were party to the conflict, not addressing the grievances of those affected by war, and then not making a conscious effort to really make peace last. Although they proclaim that after 45 years of war, they have put an end to the conflict, which is unfortunately not true, and they're repeating the same mistakes. So what I've learned from this and how I have applied that in my career as a journalist and human rights activist, to me, peace is respect, respecting each other's rights. It's about tolerance, tolerating those that we have differences with or those who have opposing ideas. It's about equality. It's about believing in the fact that everyone else are entitled to the same rights that we feel we are. And it's about working for a just society where everybody feels included, valued, and served. And with that attention, as a journalist, I have, since founding the first independent radio station in Afghanistan back in 2002, following the collapse of the first Taliban regime, my motto was simple: to make the people heard. When a shopkeeper, when a farmer, when a teacher in the most remote area of Afghanistan tunes in to Good Morning Afghanistan and listens to me, they have to say, hey, yes, they're talking about me. They're trying to solve my issues. They're discussing my plight. I created this program called Voice, The Voice, where I consciously try to address the grievances of war victims, try to talk about transitional justice, try to talk about basic rights of all citizens, regardless of their race, gender, ethnic group, and language. I created this program called You and the President, where people could directly connect with their president once in a week and talk directly about their problems. I created this program called Diversity. We're a very multicultural, multilinguistic society. It's really from one part of Afghanistan to the other, everything is totally different. You need to connect people with each other so that you can create that understanding. Well, I did my part. We're not in a better place today, but that's the struggle that continues. And I'm proud that I continue to do that work to promote fundamental rights of Afghan citizens through promoting and advocating for the rights of people to speak, to pursue their rights through various activities, but in my case, through independent and free media. And I think this so we're not where we want to be, and it's been a long time. If success is defined by the outcome, obviously we have failed so far. But true success comes when we have truly addressed the real problem. Because over the past 5 decades, what we have faced is imposition of one solution over other solutions. So we have to have a simple solution that fits everyone, and that's a democratic solution. So with that, I think my daughter defined peace very beautifully. It's not just about stopping fights. It's about removing the desire to fight. And we have not reached that stage. With that insight is, I think, key to building a lasting and positive peace.
Thank you very much, Bari. Thank you to all 3 colleagues. Before bringing this session to conclusion, peace is an intensely personal experience. It's our relationships with each other. It's also the very air we breathe and the physical world around us. And I just love these connections across all 3 of these speakers. There are so many ways to be a peace builder. I hope that's something that's coming out for you, and that's something that we explore at USIP. As you continue to spend time at this open house, there are other resources for you to explore what kind of peace builder you might be. For example, we have an interactive station where you can learn about your conflict style through an interactive game. We have some other interactives that help you to explore what you think about peace. How do you define peace? We have resources as well for taking up the Peace Day Challenge. We also, as a nonpartisan institution, do a lot of convening. And one of the things that we're proud to do today is to convene some neighbors from the Foggy Bottom area in our space. And so we have invited in the George Washington University Museum and the Textile Museum, who's here. We're also invited in the Daughters of the American Revolution Museum, which is here, as well as materials representing the Department of Interior Museum and the National Academy of Sciences. These neighbors are all within a 12-minute, 45-second walk of USIP. I counted just even last week with my stopwatch timer. I do have a long stride, but they're relatively close by. We've invited them to share about what you can learn at their institutions and how peace relates to what that experience might be. So we hope you spend some time to get to know them as well. We're also really grateful to be joined by Renata from Lizard Brain, who has been illustrating these sessions. So do take a moment to look at the boards that she's created from today's storytelling, as well as those from this spring and summer. We hold open houses monthly here at USIP. Renata has been here through our spring-summer series, illustrating stories of peace building, and those are around this glass-paned peace well in our space. We hope you take some time to learn about that as well. Lastly, thank you to the USIP staff. As I mentioned, this is our very first Saturday opening to the public, and they've come in on an unusual work day, and thank you very much, colleagues, for supporting. Lastly, thank you to our visitors for coming to visit us and celebrating the International Day of Peace with us. We hope you have a great afternoon. Thank you.